welcome speech on this international conference held by CRKR. Warm welcome to the all dignitaries of DIAS, and once again welcome to all who are a part of this international conference. The theme of the conference: rural entrepreneurship, issues, opportunities, and challenges. I believe that is right theme at right time. Our economy is one of the fastest growing economy in the world, and being a agriculture economy, being a rural economy, if we want to double speed, if we want to put more engine to this growth story of India, I believe that we should sincerely look into the rural areas. Because of this conference, I had a short visit to a small village about 90 kilometers from here, Alibag, because I am also writing paper today, and I am myself is from Alibag, and I really saw there that it's a tourist spot, and the ladies who are the homemakers, they started the homestays at various places. uh, I happened to interview few of them and really found out that there is a no lack of entrepreneurship among them, and in spite of many challenges which are there, they are running their business successfully. So I believe that it's a right kind of the topic which we have chosen. I am proud to announce that there are 70 research papers which we have received for this conference across the globe. They are papers from outside the country also. And of course, the papers from students of CRKMR and the faculties of CRKMR, CMR. These conferences are the best platform to research scholars to present their papers and show their research talent. I believe that the people who will be presenting paper today will give proper justice to the topic, which is about the challenges for the rural economy. I once again welcome all to this conference. Thank you so much. Welcome to conference again. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for addressing the audience with your kind words.
Please join me in welcoming the convener of this conference, Dr. Balaji Sadavarte, to present the concept note.
Honorable Prashant Mandke ji, Chief Guest of today's International Conference. Honorable Bhushana Karandikar, Keynote Speaker. Honorable President of Chetana Trust, Pandit Shri Datta Haldankar sir. CEO of CRKR and CMR, Dr. Madhumita Patil. Director CMR, Dr. Nandita Mishra. In-charge Director CRKR CA Suhas Gharat, all academicians, researchers, students, and of the dignitaries on the dais. It is my honor and privilege to read the concept note of today's international conference. India is the country of villages. 67% of the population in India lives in villages. People in rural areas suffer from unemployment, poverty, inadequate infrastructure facilities, etc., which may be solved with the development of rural entrepreneurship. Rural entrepreneurs are those who carry out the business in rural areas with the utilization of local resources. Rural entrepreneurship is nowadays a major opportunity for the people who migrate from semi-urban areas or urban areas or urban areas to rural areas to urban areas. Rural entrepreneurship can act as one of the important instruments to reduce poverty, migration, unemployment, and to develop rural economy. Rural entrepreneurs can increase the standard of living and purchasing power of the rural people and bottom of the pyramid by offering employment opportunities to the people residing in more than 6 lakh villages of our country. Rural entrepreneurship can play a significant role in fostering economic development and sustainability in rural communities, having many outcomes such as resource utilizations, community empowerment. Community empowerment is very, very important at the current scenario because entrepreneurial activities empower local communities by creating employment opportunities, fostering skill development, and enhancing overall quality of life. This, in turn, contributes to poverty elevation of the nation and increase community resilience. Innovation and technology adoption. Rural entrepreneurship can drive innovation and encourage the adoption of modern technologies. Initiatives such as agribusiness, startups, and agro-tech enterprises can lead to increased efficiency in traditional practices integrated with digital solutions. Market access and value addition can play an important role. Entrepreneurial ventures facilitate market access for rural producers, enabling them to add value to their products. This not only enhances the income of rural entrepreneurs, but also strengthens the entire rural value chain. What are challenges at the current scenario? Before the policymaker of a country, before academicians, before the researchers, the challenges are like infrastructure limitations. In many rural areas, inadequacy of infrastructure such as transportation, electricity, communication facilities poses a significant challenge to that hinders smooth operation and growth of rural businesses. Limited access to finance, lack of access to formal financial institutions and credit facilities is a common hurdle for rural entrepreneurs. Overcoming the challenge requires the development of financial mechanisms tailored to the unique needs of rural businesses. Educational and skill gap is another third challenge. Insufficient education and skill development opportunities in rural areas adversely affect the ability of individuals to engage in entrepreneurial activities. Bridging these gaps through targeted training programs is essential for sustainable rural entrepreneurship. The next challenge is market and regulatory constraints. Rural entrepreneurs often face challenges related to market dynamics and regulatory frameworks. Creating an enabling environment through supporting policies and removing bureaucratic barriers is crucial for the success of rural enterprises. Leveraging this untapped potential of rural areas requires a comprehensive approach that addresses challenges like infrastructure deficits, regulatory hurdles, and offer opportunities for financial inclusion, skill development. By doing so, rural entrepreneurship can emerge as a driving force for inclusive economic growth, community empowerment, and sustainable development. What is the purpose of this conference? The conference, through its multidisciplinary approach, aims at ensuring audience and participation from members of industry, rural entrepreneurs, startups, venture capitalists, investors, academicians, researchers, corporates, policymakers, and management students, explaining opportunities and challenges to finding better options or solutions. The goal of this conference is to ultimately contribute to explore the untapped opportunities for economic growth and community development through rural entrepreneurship, to identify and analyze the challenges hindering the growth of entrepreneurial activities in rural settings, and to propose strategies and solutions for promoting and sustaining rural entrepreneurship. The themes and sub-themes to focus on exploring the ground realities, crucial issues faced by the entrepreneurs, and serve as a platform to provide the best alternatives. And this is the right platform today for all of us, academicians, researchers, corporates, startups, venture capitalists, all these they can have a deliberation on this and try to find out the better solution for the better lives of the rural masses. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, let me introduce Director CIMR, Dr. Nandita Mishra. Ma'am has more than 28 years of teaching experience in education and research. She has wide experience teaching managerial economics, economic environment of business, business ethics and corporate governance, corporate grooming, and general management subjects to management students in India as well as abroad. She is nominated member of the Higher Education Council of the Women Indian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. She is recognized as India's 20 pragmatic women leaders by Academic Insights in May 2024. Ma'am is also member of the advisory committee of this conference. She has been extremely supportive in organizing this conference. Ma'am, we're grateful to have you here. I request you to please share your thoughts.
Thank you very much. Dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, dear students, faculty friends, researchers, and all those who have gathered here today to deliberate on a topic, rural entrepreneurship. I think standing here, it's very easy for us to discuss rural entrepreneurship because we seem to be very pedantic, very academic, only discussing that. But once we get into what is rural entrepreneurship, really we understand the challenges. And who would understand the challenge of a rural entrepreneurship better and the need for it? You know, every day when I go home, start home in the evening, I start by 7 and I reach home by 8:30. And the only thing that comes to my mind is, why can't some population from here be shifted to the rural place? That is my first requirement. And that is the reason when some of them came and asked, and they are evident here, when they came and asked that, ma'am, what should be our research topic? What rural entrepreneurship can we promote? So I said, just promote that, develop more rural areas as cities. I think that is the first requirement. When we stand today and talk about technology divide, I think the first thing we need to understand is the divide that we have in the economy, the income divide. 98,000 if it is a per capita income in the urban area, it is 40,000 in the rural area. If our wage here on a daily basis is 450, in the rural it is considered as 285, which of course today, this morning, the Ministry of Labor is working on that wage, and maybe on Monday you will see the wages and all that coming up today, right? But in spite of so many things happening, our question is, why is rural entrepreneurship, or why rural India is still lagging behind? A place where 67% of the population, we claim, still stays there. Why is the contribution to the GDP so meager? Why is it that, but of course, if you look at the FMCG, how they're surviving, if it is 67% or 66% from the urban area, it is 34% from the rural area. FMCG also has grown that way. If you look at insurance, you look at mutual funds, even if you look at stock market. Yesterday, we had a very interesting paper, and I happened to be there as a track chair or a panelist or whatever. They were talking about IPOs of SMEs that could be in the rural market. Why everybody is looking at urban? Why can't there be IPOs which are targeted for those companies where they have this small, and medium enterprises, and the IPOs be floated, and that could be done on the, what I'm talking about is the CSR. Now, the papers that Sir spoke about a few minutes back regarding international papers, we received around 15 international papers, and the countries were US, Jordan, Zambia, Botswana, I think Kenya, and these were the, and why I'm mentioning you, the problem across is the same. I need to mention the countries because the problem across is the same, that the last mile is the most difficult mile. There was also another very interesting paper which was from US, and this gentleman was presenting on aerospace, developing rural India aerospace. So why every time if it's aerospace we are looking at a developed place in an urban area, why can't that be rural area? So as a panelist, I acted smart and I asked that, do you think in rural India they will be able to provide the backward and the forward linkages? You know what was the answer? He said, madam, and of course in his accent, this is US, when the government or any company thinks of starting something in the rural India, a rural area, they are going to provide the forward and the backward linkages. We just don't let or invest in the company and just leave it like that. So that was a point of difference I wanted to speak today while addressing this particular conference. There are, tracks on rural India about skilling, upskilling. There are also tracks on agriculture, how to go as a cooperative, how to start, and there are more. And that why should I, take the cat out of the bag? You are going to discuss it during tracks. So it is for the benefit of our panelists, for our chief guest and our speakers, others, those who will not there. I wanted to talk about these things. Even in Zambia, we find the same thing that, and most of them spoke about women entrepreneurs. So to add here, the last part which I'm going to talk about is, we also have a paper on women entrepreneurs, which we were discussing while we were having our breakfast this morning with our dignitaries. And yesterday, one of my co-authors of the paper said that, what madam, every time I ask you this, what are going to be the problem areas and discussion, our answers are coming out the same. In 2019, when we did the study, our answer was the same. In 20, when we did, our answer was the same. Our discussion point, and I'll just quote how she acted. And 23, maybe I bol rahe ho, wahi answer aa raha hai, where you are showing that the spend of the government has increased, the approach has increased and all. I said, yes, the answer will be the same because our problem is the same. We are not addressing the problem. We are just talking about incentive. We are talking about schemes, but we are not actually talking about what rural entrepreneurship is. And I think CRKMR, by choosing the topic of rural entrepreneurship, is making it very important and very pertinent for the young generation, those who are here, that how you can look at rural careers, how you can think of rural entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship always doesn't mean to go and start something. That think of a policy, think of product, think of a marketing strategy here, and I think that is going to help the rural India a lot, because we always say that the last mile is the most difficult mile. With that, I would like now to, I think I've spoken more than what time was given to me. Thank you very much. Thanks for making me part of the advisory committee, because the learning was immense. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your enlightening words. One of the significant part of this conference is the release of the compendium.
We have with us the president of Chetana Trust, Pandit Sri Hadanga sir, who is an industrialist by occupation and been deeply involved in the same. Sir commenced a unit in Pradevi in 1974, manufactured containers of oil, pharmaceuticals, chemicals, and agrochemicals company, making use of excellent rapport with the suppliers and the customers. In 1998, he entered into the chemical business to take advantage of uptrend in green initiatives and in order to enter into a sunrise business activity. In 2014, he entered into energy saving systems and green technology businesses. Also passionately in music and educational activities. Being the son of Hindustani classical vocalist Pandit Suresh Hadanga, he too gives recitals in Hindustani classical vocal music and has performed at several public events all over India. Now we will request you to release the compendium. Thank you, sir.
Now, we would like to introduce the person who has passionately worked on bringing this conference to life. Our beloved CEO, CIMR and CRKIMR, Dr. Madhumita Patil. Dr. Madhumita Patil is a renowned expert in entrepreneurship, strategy, and HR over 30 years of experience. As a chairperson of Women Entrepreneurs Development Council, she is actively involved in entrepreneurship development. Chetana Center of Excellence is established under her leadership. She has been honored with various awards by the industry, including the prestigious Dronacharya Award in Education 2017. Under her guidance, in May 2024, both the institutes, CIMR and CRKIMR, received the Amazing Workplace Certificate. It is rightly said that if you want to learn how to turn your vision into reality, she is the person to meet. Ma'am, I request you to address the audience.
Good morning to all and welcome to the conference. The dignitaries on the dais will start wondering that whether they are going to be invited to speak or not, because the host is going on. And as I knew, I was supposed to be speaking after these two dignitaries because I did want to hear what they had to say. But it looks like, we want to really clear the stage for both of them to speak later on, and you all can hear them out. They both have done so much in their lives, as a very passionate contribution to the rural marketing and rural area, that we really don't want to then take too much time. But I do want to stand here with a lot of happiness and, what should I say, a humble pride. A pride, but humble pride. Because 1936 was the first time when none of us were on the scene. The importance of rural was, I think, highlighted when a National Rural Congress was held, because the India then had realized that if we had to go anywhere, we have to first make sure that the huge part of Indian crowd is in rural India, and they are all the farmers. So we have to go to them and tell them that they are once the inseparable part of Indian activities and growth. I think that's how the 1936 Rural Congress, National Rural Congress happened. And I'm standing here with a lot of pride because, as I said, the convener of that Rural National Congress was my grandfather, late Sri Dhanaji Nana Chaudhary. See, when you take names, you really go on feeling more and more worried that are you living up that image and the name that you are dropping. So I'm not dropping names, but I'm saying that later came Sri Madhukarauji Chaudhary, late Sri Madhukarauji Chaudhary, who absolutely belonged to the rural area. He was born and brought up there, and he knew the pulse of the rural growth. And that is how he kept saying, wherever it was, he always wanted to give the education to the people who are in rural area. The education to the people who are the rural people of Mumbai, the out of Mumbai students. That's how Chetana came into existence. And I think if we today stand here and say that RK Institute is the second oldest B school in Mumbai, the first private B school in Mumbai, then we are only proud to say that yes, we haven't forgotten our legacy, and we want to make sure that today our students even today come from the rural areas. Their parents may not be as, MBS, they may not have studied, but they do send their children to Mumbai, and I am sure they would be more than happy if their children could make their lives and the rural life better than what it is today. So it is very important for us that when we get the inflow from the rural area, it is important that we also give them back. And I think today's rural Congress, the conference that we are holding here for the development of rural entrepreneurship, because from the other day I was seeing one very old Marathi movie, and there was a scene there where there is a small plaque there, and it is written, "We don't grow crop for outsiders or for selling, we do it for our consumption, and only if anything remains, then we sell it." So from individual small villages who wanted to be self-reliant, today we are coming to a place where now we have also understood the value of reaching out to each other, because there are resources, we can produce more, can grow more, so why not come together? And the farmers had that things, they wanted to first make sure, we all are aware. How many Goans here? Anybody from Goa? You go to Goa market today, you don't find Goa eating the good fish that they used to get. All exported. Nothing for consumption. Not for city, to where to rural. Trying to understand that, okay, it's we who have get into the growth and make sure that the flow of the rural growth remains as big as possible, because all our resources, the best of the things, the best of the spaces, as it was mentioned that aerospace also is being considered to be put into rural. That means we are saturated. It's important we go back and take a look at our rural areas to make sure that they will grow. They will not only grow because they are doing a job somewhere, they are doing farming, but they have to learn to be entrepreneurs if possible. And how do we help them do that? Because they are those people who learn to handle the natural calamities, be it rains or like we only get stuck in Mumbai, but they are like, their crop goes, what to do with the calamity like extra rain, no rain. So you learn to do the things which are apart from the, the entrepreneurship that comes into the picture, and many things that people can do. And as it is mentioned again and again, women are never behind when any growth is taking place. So it is, we are very fortunate to have people who are not going to only mention the growth of rural as a whole, but also women entrepreneurship, which is going to be very dear to the speakers' hearts. So I'm not going to take very long, but I must say that long ago we had, in 2007, we had taken first time this rural theme, and we had said, rural the way forward. And I still say, like Nandita has just mentioned, that yes, today again we say the same, that rural the way forward. If we have to grow leaps and bounds, I think our rural area is the one where we need to develop. We need to give all our support to them and bring out the best, because they have such hidden treasure, and their way of dealing with issues is really unique. वो जो मिट्टी से आता है उनका, and I think that's what we want to find out, that how do they do it when they are going to be the leaders of tomorrow. So here is to rural entrepreneurship. Let's see what are the various issues which come up during the conference. Oh yes, the Grameen Bank was, yes. We had invited Dr. Mohammad Yunus for that conference at that time in 2007, because that time Grameen Bank had, they were at the forefront, and he couldn't make it, but he sent us a letter and wishing us all the success. And I think Chetana really feels blessed to have people from abroad sending blessings, writing papers. Because I must say this, that when we took a rural entrepreneurship as a theme, we said, bhai, rural entrepreneurship है mostly तो India में ही कई papers मिलेंगे अपने को, देखते क्या होता है. And here, like pouring papers from abroad, guys, we don't know how much we are looked upon by other people of the world also. For many things, India is being looked upon as a role model. So why not set that role model? And we are going to have a special felicitation for Dr. Nandita, because she is the one who tweaked and turned the national conference into the international conference. I think we should be very happy that whether it is an in-house person, and I really thank both of you. Prashant Mandke is a very dear friend. We met only once, twice, but we have remained friends, and we really feel that even while sitting on the dais, you are saying we can so much when we have such wonderful students with us, we have so much of faculty force. So a management institute can really contribute in a meaningful way. And Bhushana ma'am is, she will be introduced in a due course, but I must say that I have had this long friendship with her, and we used to travel together in Deccan Queen, and she was an assistant sales tax commissioner that time. So she was the first one who was talking about or against VAT. So we started with VAT, and we are coming up with lot of issues which we are taking up again and again for the development of India. She is a very profound thinker, researcher, and that is how we have these two people who are going to bless the conference today. And I thank both of them for being here with us and always loving Chetana and being with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your inspiring words.
Before we come to keynote address of today, I would like to call Shriya to introduce our keynote speaker, Ms. Bhushana Karandikar.
Thank you, Abhishek. Good morning, everyone.
Today we have with us Ms. Bhushna Karandikar, who is a seasoned consultant with deep expertise in agri-tech, food safety, horticulture value chains, and biofortified crops. Over the years, she has worked with prestigious organizations such as World Bank, FPRI, and ICIR, contributing significantly to research and policy development in agriculture and rural entrepreneurship. Her research has led to impactful publications on the demand for fortified seeds, prospects for high iron millet hybrids, and the nutritional status for rural adolescents in India. With this, I now welcome Ms. Bhushna Karandikar to deliver the keynote address.
Yes, sir. But before that, I would like to thank profusely to our beloved CEO, Dr. Madhumita Patil, who invited me to this Augustus gathering. Of course, thanks to, and I'm very happy to be here with all the dignitaries on the stage, and of course, with the most vibrant young crowd. And kudos to the team who decided about rural entrepreneurship. Because you know, so far in economic literature, as mentioned by Nandita ma'am, rural economy is seen as a consumer, the market segment. The lenses with which it has been analyzed and researched is that of a supplier and consumer. I'm so happy and proud that Chetana has taken initiative and termed it as a rural entrepreneurship. That means as a contributor, not only as a consumer. All of you know the bottoms of pyramid approach, right? So that was again a consumer approach. 1 rupee shampoo sachet come out of. But this approach is something which is much positive, which is much more bringing out nuances of the rural ecosystem as such. So kudos to you for that. And of course, as Madhumita ma'am has already said, I find this in exact homage to the legacy and the spirit of Chetana with which it was established. It was established with bringing out best for the last person, smallest of the small farmer. So I find it my privilege to be here in the rural entrepreneurship model. Okay, so I'm economist by training, and so I can't do without data. So sorry for that, but thankfully for you, I was traveling, so I couldn't really crunch much of the numbers. So let's go for that. Can I? Yeah, next slide. So yes, the figures were mentioned, but I will tell you the trick. Make it as a box, like a box breathing, have a box. Why rural economy is important? Clear. Population share 66%, workforce 71%. Mind you, share in national income 46%, which is quite tremendous. I mean, we don't understand. And population share by 20, I mean, compare the projection by 2050, it will be 50%. So still today, we are still the rural India. So development of rural economy is a must. Without that, we can't go ahead. And then you cannot think rural economy only with consumer lens. We have to think that as a contributor, as a more active partner in the entire development process of the nation, right? Yes, next slide, please. So with this, there is another one. Sorry for this, but just a small. This is how the rural economy structure is changing. See, 71, sorry, these figures are old because we have census data of 11, 12, and the rural definition has been taken that from the census. So it's a bit old data, but the trend continues, and we can always juxtapose the same. So see, in have you seen after 93, 94, the share of rural economy drops like anything. So after 2000, we became major urban economy, so to say, overtook the rural economy. Till then, it was a dominantly, even our national income was coming out of that. And surprise, that's in next slide. We always talk about rural economy and agriculture, but you will be, next slide please. If you see the structure, you know, in the national income, there are three sectors: agriculture, manufacturing, and services. And now, that is after 11, 12, you can see the output share has increased. So, it's the rural sector that dominates in our manufacturing sector. Possible? Of course. Who will buy at lower parallel? They will go out, right? Lower parallel is so costly now. So the manufacturing sector has already been moved to rural area. But there is a rider to it. Manufacturing sector, that is, you know, it is always gross value added. That's how we calculate our NDP or national income. But the employment share in manufacturing sector, rural employment share in manufacturing sector is going down. So what it means? Jobless growth. So yes, I'm producing more in manufacturing sector, but I'm not getting jobs there. Okay, so as a background, as macroeconomic background for the rural entrepreneur, what is my suggestion? Go for something else. And what is that something else? Next slide. Yes. So now, of course, agriculture sector is the dominant in rural areas. All of us know most of the proceeds from agriculture. More and more people are engaged. But again, there is a surprise. After 2005, we saw decline in agriculture. Where it went? Don't worry, I'm not giving you more data, but it went to infrastructure and services sector, but not in rural economy. Another important trend in agriculture that we are witnessing is feminization of agriculture. There is something that we call the gender gap, that more and more women are participating in agriculture. We are not exactly feminized like other African or other developing countries have witnessed, because we have approximately 25 crores of agriculture labor. Out of that, 10 crores are women. But the problem is the productivity gets reduced because we don't have tools. We don't have tools that are suitable for women. Bangladesh is the most leading country in the agriculture mechanization, not us. We don't have tractors or small machines that are suitable for women, but that's another story. Sometime later. Next, please. Yes. So now this is what it is. If we want rural entrepreneur, agriculture is the biggest sector, and agriculture is consistent of dairy, all its subsector, fishing. All of you know about a rainbow revolution, right? Rainbow revolution is we are the world's greatest #1 producer in wheat and rice, horticulture, dairy, white revolution. The first was the green revolution, then golden revolution, blah, blah, blah. All, yes, fine. We are good producer, but we are not good traders. Our production is never ever reflected in trade. Our trade share is always 2 to 3%. And why I'm saying that, I can say because of government, I was also an entrepreneur some long time ago. There was zero grape export, 0 rupees. When I started working for Maha Grapes in '89, and now the market, EU market, 30% is ours. From Maharashtra, grape I'm saying. And the size of the grape market is 3,000 crores. There is a book chapter, if you can go to, by Springers. So Springer has taken my book chapter, so you can definitely visit if you want to know more. But again, coming back, so I know that agriculture sector is replete with opportunities. It's something fantastic. The problem is we treat agriculture as agriculture and not as agribusiness. And in order to convert that, what we can do? See, every agriculture sector, these are the inputs like seeds, fertilizers, all the material inputs. Similarly, there are DS, distributed energy resources. Agriculture creates energy also. There is bagasse and all these things are there. There can be a very elaborate input-output table that we can put, but this is a very simple version of it. For production, we need inputs, right? For production, we need services. For production, we need skilling. For production, we need capital, physical as well as digital. Same thing is for the post-harvest. We need inputs. We need packaging. We need grading. We need packing houses, isn't it? So for that, we need skilling. We need more research. Same is about processing, and same is about marketing. For all the across the spectrum of agriculture activities, from end to end kind of a chain, we need all these big subsectors. And each subsector, we can have so many entrepreneurship possible. What I'm going to tell you about is some stories of this agriculture who are successful in this kind of format. Okay, so that it will be, you will know how rural entrepreneurship can be successful. Am I biased? Of course I am. I want to put successful examples to you guys only, because most of them are of the similar to your age, more contemporary in thinking than oldies like us. So probably you can read more about them and come with better ideas. Next. Yeah, as I said, I mean, take seeds as input. Have you heard of climate resilient seeds? Do you think that do we need it? Of course we need, isn't it? I mean, Syngenta has come with a tomato seed where the tomato can survive at a 45 centigrade. 45. So there is a possibility in that. But the entire Dehat, which is a very, very successful, supposed to be next to unicorn and that kind of agri-tech, they came, you know what they started? They started with farmers who needed seed, who were getting it late. So really what they did was the time management with seed packets. Nothing more. They didn't buy, they didn't sell. Technically, provided services of what? Delivering seeds at right time. Why? Because if we deliver after the rain, it's gone, right? It affects your yield. So these kind of accuracy, what we call the precision farming, where such services are so much needed. I just give you an example of just one. Seed treatment is there, seed research is there, seed trials is a big business. If you go to Jalna and Hyderabad, all the farmers, they tie up with the companies, they grow that. There are various kinds of founder seeds and breeder seeds and all that, and they are done like similar way. Seed plot demonstration, that's a business also, that some farmers are boarded okay, please grow my seed so that people can come and visit. The entire farmer training school, they call, has come with this, because some are really good with it. Next, please. Yes. So, along with the earlier of my square, this is another important point that I want to say. All whatever happens, whatever you say, is that climate smart agriculture is bound to come. There is no other way. It's written on the wall. We cannot go without it. The first, but there are some golden rules, thank you, some golden rules that we have to integrate. First is that increase productivity. Climate smart agriculture doesn't mean decrease in yield, not acceptable. The second is enhance climate resilience, 45 degree, right? Tomatoes that have, or saline resistant varieties that can really absorb the salinity in the soil. And third, most important, reduce emissions. It's a topic in itself. We don't want to burden you with that, but please keep in mind that future trends is this, and if you want to start or if you want to study this is the framework that you have to get along with. The second most important in agriculture goods, whatever it is, it's a goods or post-harvest or production or anything, is that traceability, certification, and standardization are the trade enablers. The trade of agriculture commodity cannot happen without this. This is not only for global value chains, but also for the domestic value chains too. So, what has happened is that with more and more global integration, for example, soybean. How many of you know soybean? All Latur, Marathwada, everyone, MP, it's so much. Soybean, it started in 1988, but now it's quite spread, and we need more oil, and we are deficient in oil. We almost import 10 to 12. I'm not talking about petroleum and edible oil. It's almost 1/3 of our demand we still import. So soybean came into the picture. But does good monsoon decide soybean prices? No. What happens in South America decides the soybean price. So our agriculture, so if you know, if you are like, what do you guys do with all that, what is it? Zero Dhara, that share trading platform? Yes, like that, can someone start a soybean? Will that price information will be available in a easily adjustable way to farmers? Will they know what to see? Every farmer has to do, has most important decisions for farmers. What to sow, what to store, how long to store, and when to sell. Can you create a decision supporting system with each of this S? You will be a great success. S to S. Okay? So, because of global integration as well as changing consumption patterns, now after COVID, everyone wants organic. How do I know organic? I need some certification, right? How do I know that this is what? That A2 milk. I need some kind of standard. How do I know that this is traceable? I have got it from Nasik only, or I have got it from traceabilities. So for traceability, what I need? Blockchain. Am I right? I'm technically challenged person, but I think this much we all know that we need. Unless and until there is traceability, especially in dairy value chain, traceability has become the, many a times you will see machine-made papad. It's exactly ulta of, because we always make a great show about the handmade thing. But why papad is machine-made? Oh, no hand touch. So it's better, supposed to be like that. So traceability or such kind of attribution product, you all know theory of attributes, right? So product differentiation is what this certification creates. But who are there? Are there any rural enterprises who are, or say, it's all the big four, right? All the TVs of the world who certify this. Why can't we do? We have got so much of agriculture graduates, we can start our own certificate. Why can't we do that? But this is a real, pun intended. It is low-hanging fruit in true sense of the term. But we have to come up with this, We have to think of this and such tools so that it will be, it's not only entrepreneur, it also makes better money for the farmers. That's what I will tell you. Short story in Chetana only with Dr. Madhumita, we did in 2008 choice experiment with IFRI, which is International Food and Policy Research Institute, and our study showed that Mumbai people are ready to pay more to organic grapes. So the $1 million question was that okay, we are exporting grapes, as she said, the best is always exported. So we wanted to know whether can domestic market absorb the best. Yes, it can if there is a price difference of 30%. That was the answer that came up with our research. Next, please. Yes. So I think in entrepreneurship, innovations and the ecosystem to support innovation play an important role. There are two kind of major innovations that you can think of: tech innovations and institutional innovations. Tech innovations are in quality, traceability, cold storage, supply chains, and you people will be knowing more. Contract farming and future markets are the institutional innovations. You all know about contract farming. There was a lot of discussion about it and about future markets also. Now, unfortunately, many of agriculture, I feel really sad as a disciple of Sharad Joshi that many of agriculture commodities are banned in future market today. Next, please. So quickly I will, okay, leave it. This was Next, please. But you can read. I'm keeping it. It's just that we have got a very healthy, robust startup system which has got incubators and funding that he mentioned. And last year was a good one. This was a earlier data. This year's data, we have got 1,000 million US dollars funding only for agri-tech. That's the kind of size you will be dealing with, you know. So anyway, EcoZen, this is a solar, as ma'am also said, need to reach up to last person, right? So this is the EcoZen is a company that has built solar powered cold storage. Those are small, but people are using it. And he sells it also, he rents it also. Because it's very difficult because they are used for 3 months, what to do. But so various models are available. Earlier what, government का scheme आएगा, उससे cold storage होगा, not now. Flexibility is the word, right? And it's not only that they get they get better shelf life, but also better money. Because they know that all flowers will come in Navratra only and it will last. Things like that. We have done a small study on that with Dr. Ashok Gulati. We can share it. I will share it with you. Next. This is also from the same steps. So already there was NDDB, National Dairy Development Board, that already installed bulk milk coolers and automatic milk machines and all that. What Stellabs did, it was just put it ahead. Like that time all these women, and this is the real picture, so all these women, they never used to know that what was the quality of their milk. Now they get it on the telephone. And the society secretary, who was always a man, I mean, and he used to do some kind of hisab kitab and used to say, okay, this is your money. So now they are very happy and they are getting it on their mobile phone and they know exactly. And best part is that the society, the district level society, there is a 3-tiered like Amul structure. She told us, that chairperson is also a lady, she told us, now I know it's not giving quality. So I select those women only for training. So it's a win-win situation across the chain, you know. Next, please. Stellabs is doing another very good business. They are export. It's a really make in India story. This is another interesting model we found out. What he does is that PACS, have you heard of PACS? Primary Agriculture Credit Society. एक पूरा गोदाम, पूरा रैट्स भरा हुआ एक गोदाम होता है हर एक विलेज में, तो उसका एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन किया है. So he retrofits with something around 10 lakhs of rupees for 100 tons of packs. So it's an asset type model. He doesn't have to, you know, build it, land खरीदो, सब कुछ बंद. जो है asset वो convert करता है. There is a warehouse. Thank God to India. We have got a law for everything. But you use it rightly, you get successful. So there's a VADRA, there's Warehousing Regulatory Development Authority. And based on that, even one एक छोटा bag, एक पत्ता भी रख सकता है. And what he does is that he sells that data to the food processor. And they don't also need, they have to store, they have to get after the harvest. So everything. So these are very distributed small godams at villages. So this also got very good funding. Yes. Success mantra is only digital doesn't work. Have to be there. You are champion somewhere. Second is that efficient utilization of it. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. Try to make incremental changes to existing infrastructure. You can get better idea. And the gold mine is data. Argos, Stellabs, everyone that we studied about are selling data. The EcoZen, that solar power cold storage, he has got many cold storage used in Lychee of Bihar. So he sells it to Delhi. And Delhi, so farmers are super happy because Delhi people send the truck and moves the things. There are so many stories, but something I don't have time. Next. Yeah, thank you. So it's I'm open to question and answers. Once again, Thank you so much. It was a real pleasure. Limitations on? Yes, yes. Absolutely, I fully agree. Oh, no, it's a knee-jerk reaction by the government that stops it. I am all for it. I feel disappointed that they shouldn't do like this. It should be free trade, right? Like that. But the problem is that now they have lost faith. I mean, they suddenly stop, whenever there is increase in domestic price, they just stop future operations. And that's a killer. And I mean, people will, it's increase in prices, it will anytime crash. So it doesn't serve purpose, I mean to say.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your valuable insights with us. I'm sure your words have had a great impact on all of us and inspired us to work more towards our rural sector. So thank you, ma'am.
Before we request our chief guest to deliver the address, I would like to call Yukta to introduce our chief guest of this conference.
A very good morning, everyone. It is my honor to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Prashant Vanki, sir. Sir is the Chief Executive Officer of Sakhi Unique Rural Enterprises Limited. With over 35 years of diverse experience in managerial and consulting roles, he has been pioneering in creating sustainable income opportunities for rural women through climate-friendly technologies and solutions. His commitment to inclusive development, especially in the areas of livelihood and women empowerment, has earned him recognition as one of the most influential rural marketing professionals. Sir's extensive field experience and passion for building sustainable solutions make him a vital voice in the discourse on rural entrepreneurship. We are privileged to have him with us today to share his insightful visions. Please join me in welcoming Sir to share his insights with us.
Good morning, Pandit Haldankar, Dr. Madhumita, Dr. Nandita, Dr. Sadavarte, C.A. Rath, and Bhushana ma'am, and my student friends and faculty. After Bhushana ma'am's session, it is very difficult for me to really, come up to the mark, but I will attempt. I'll also try. First of all, my apologies because I have a little bad throat. I was advised voice rest sometime back early this week. But I mean, बोलेंगे नहीं तो कैसा काम होगा? So that's the issue. I really couldn't do more than half a day of a voice rest. So just pardon me in case my throat gets a little naughty and disturbs. Anyway, so guys, just to give you a little more than what I've been introduced. I'm basically an engineer by profession, and my career spans across engineering, industrial sector, then moved into consumer marketing, and then into media and advertising. And last 7 years I've been with consulting. The reason I left my job and did consulting is because I was quite passionate of working with Gramin Mahila. To be frank, I mean that's where my intent was. So I got a lot of opportunities to work, across various women networks, NGO networks which have SHGs, government networks, to design in such a way that you keep food, not just cash crops, for your own sake. Even if the other area in the field is not working out, and the goes for others. So this is called very simple 1 acre model, where a part of land is only kept for your own food security. Okay, and who decides what to sow, all those things a woman decides. To come to a point of decision making for that woman, it takes minimum 6 months, which she has to convince her family, father-in-law, husband, they say, why? You may tell her that you have to make this land in her name. She will not, nobody will agree. So the slow process is, let her take decisions. And the final outcome is, even on papers, the land, that part of land is transferred in her name. These are fantastic success stories. You have secured food, you have a woman who is empowered, she earns money, she has ownership, etc., etc. So since we are on the agriculture part, I will, go a little bit more and be most. So what is the scope for innovation? Like Buna ma'am has mentioned already few, and I'm going to pick up a few cases later because those are interesting and important for some of you we are working with. What is the scope for? What do we do in agriculture and innovation? Look at it from a farmer perspective. Let me quote an example. Most farmers depend on water source, which is a borewell. And this is a published data. Because you don't have open wells, you don't have end-fed everywhere. So there is a lot of dependence on borewells. Alright? Now, I don't know how many of you have seen a borewell, but if you look at photographs, there's a cap, metal cap, screwed, etc. There's a whole and duct and all that stuff happens. Somewhere you get water at 100 feet, somewhere at 400 feet, and some geographies 600, 800 feet. Okay? So you hit water, you're using it. What is the behavior of a farmer? Stories तो सुनी होगी आपने कि रात को पंप स्विच ऑन कर दिया, सुबह जाके बंद कर दिया, तो पानी बह रहा है. What is flowing in the field? It is not good for soil as well. What does this indicate? Rampant extraction. क्योंकि जमीन नीचे है तो वो मेरा ही है. There is no respect for the natural resource. सब मेरा है. And how it affects? If you look at a small cluster where there are multiple farms and multiple borewells, if you extract, it affects the other borewells water level. I'm giving an example of an innovation here. So there is a need to know water level. There are methods by which it is known. The costliest method is called, by piezometer, which is around 1 lakh to 2.5 lakhs, which is only done by Central Groundwater Board normally in their pilot borewells. Can a farmer afford it? No. What does a farmer do? Drops a stone. हाँ, ये 50 feet है, 100 feet है. Simple. And that's the level of intelligence they have. This is not golibazi. This is the real thing. Okay? Over a period of time, he knows कि मेरा पानी खत्म हो रहा है January में, February में, and he cannot take a summer crop. Summer में कुछ नहीं कर सकते. ठीक है? So here is a solution, and I've been very closely associated with this. Puna's है. And the solution was, you want to know the water level? Okay, here is an app. This app is called Bhujal. The company is known as Waterland. And founder is 50 plus. He's actually known him for a long time. So founders are not always 20s. So there are people who are 50 plus also startup founders. So he created an app based on sonar technology. So you create a sound, not patthar dal ke. Sound wave capture, within 30 seconds you know what is the level. And accuracy is 99%. Useful? Yes? Great innovation? You can take summer crop, right? Will farmer pay for it? Should pay for it, right? But they don't. They don't pay for it. And this is not 1 year, I think almost 5 years. Farmers initially we started subscription. So, 2,000 rupees. We worked with NABARD and we tried, but things didn't work out. 2,000 rupees for annum. कितना हो गया महीने का? 150. Not willing to pay. So what do? You look at people who will fund it. So you need an NGO program who will say, okay, इसको हम लोग आपको पैसा देते हैं. Will that become scalable? प्रोजेक्ट का पैसा हो गया खत्म, then it's over. So 2000 was dropped to 1000. कुछ तो होगा, कुछ नहीं होगा. You know what level it was dropped to? 100 rupees. Few people. As of now, this app is free. So where is the revenue line? Where is the business model? Zero. You understand the issue where you data monetization is next. Data as of now only 1 lakh downloads. 1 lakh has no meaning if you have such a large farmer population. So there are other ways of monetizing, but to reach there, okay, it takes time for a startup or an innovator. Okay, and this man has been a World Bank consultant, worked with UNICEF, a very close friend of mine. So fantastic brain, excellent insight कि farmer को ये चाहिए. क्या हुआ? Business model build ही नहीं हुआ. अभी भी चल रहा है projects basis पे. What I'm trying to tell you again is farmer willing to pay? Is the biggest question when it comes to agri-tech, and I've dealt with many agri-tech cohorts during my stints, currently also. Biggest challenge is this. I'll give you another example. I've been on mentor board of 3 accelerators, and I'll start the fourth one now. So, like perishables, banana. Okay, you sell banana, you make money, some money. Last year around the same time, Jalgaon is one of the largest banana wala, district. Barabar? Yes, right. What happened? There's a farmer about 100 acres, all bananas, and suddenly the banana price crashed within 2 weeks from 2500 to 800. Gone. I mean, he had no option but to sell as it is. Can you do something? There are possibilities, and these are, as of now, proposed but not happened. If you create banana paste or grind it and make it a powder, there are many industries who actually buy it, including pharma, FMCG, and others, and the likes of Nestle also. Possible. So what does it mean? You need value add. So do you sell banana as banana, or do you sell banana as a value added powder? Makes huge difference, massive difference. Will that be possible for a farmer? Single farmer? No. So you need farmer collectives, like farmer producer organizations and producer companies and whatever, because you need volume and scale. Typically, what is expected when you look at corporates, linkages is number 1, sustained quality. Okay, number 2, continuous supply assurance. Alright? I will give you a small case. Okay, another small case. Solapur, anybody from Solapur here? District? No? Okay. Solapur is known for shenga chutney, shengdana ka chutney. No? Then there is kala masala. And there are these thousands of women who make shenga chutney. I buy it myself when I go to Latur or Solapur. Okay, these are packets which are, they make it at home, they sell it. We attempted about a year back, can we do something? Can we create a story and place it in Nature's Basket? Everybody knows Nature's Basket? It's not easy to get a shelf space, but through certain contacts, we could have managed. But the question was consistent supply and consistent writing. I myself have had meetings with these women groups, and one of them in Bharpur, Marvin, group, many women connected. So how will you do this? I'll need so much. मैं 5 किलो बना के पैक करके भेज दूंगी. But packing is again another challenge because you need everything. So they don't know how to do it, right? Then getting off ground to get it is not so easy. Because collective. So do you make it at one place? They'll say, why will I come there? मैं घर बनाती हूँ. So there are schemes. Again, I'm coming to another point which is important: convergence. Government scheme like EMF gives you certain money to buy a machine and do it. All right. So these, if you look at again, what are the opportunities to innovate? Okay, whether it's farming or others. The another very important space where a lot of innovations are coming, and I dealt with some of this, health. Extremely crucial. How many of you know in a village, do you have a doctor? May not be. Mostly no. You go to some nearby town. If you want to do tests, again, go somewhere. Correct? If you want medicines, again, go somewhere. So this whole chain typically is primary consultation, diagnostic and medical space and delivery. Is a huge space for innovation. And there are people working in each of these today. Right? Now, how do you make it work? I have a very interesting model which I'm trying to see if we can scale it up. Maybe in another 10 days time or so, we are going to sort of figure out how to do it. The consultation part, followed by the diagnostics. Now, diagnostics, there are people who will say, okay, non-invasive. अगर blood निकालना है तो problem है. But without that, there are a lot of parameters which can be measured. Okay. So idea which I'm trying to tell you is what is required. Do you know that? Only then you can try and work on an innovation. So where it starts? It starts with a problem statement. This whole space of innovation starts with a problem statement. And problem statement is something which you need to figure out as to what am I going to work on? It has to connect with the community. So I've also been associated in that space, and that's how I'm giving you my insights. I was also professor of practice for 6 months. Going a couple of days in a month, and for engineering institute where this was the issue. How do you identify a problem statement? So you go out in the community and then figure out. You do some research. No, it can be quali, no issues. But figure out what connects. It need not be all the time, I would say, home stroke, consumer focused. It can be manufacturing related also. I have seen some of those incubated, where sugar industry, there is a specific challenge. So I will provide this solution and make this part. It's X, Y. Okay, so you identify the problem statement. After that, if you are right there, and problem statement needs to be such that it connects with the, sizable community, stroke consumer base, and scalable. So if you say, okay, I'm sourcing a statement from, let's say, Sangli district, but it may not work in Solapur, then your business will not really, stand. So you need to have a sense on that. So problem statement, then come to an idea, which is extremely, extremely important. So half the battle is won if you have chosen the right problem statement. Then you come down to the ideation part as to what do I do with it. One more example, a very young girl, she was doing M-Farm. I'm talking about a place called Pandharpur, where she was doing M-Farm. She came from some 10 kilometers, village, very bright, okay, and that belt is known for pomegranate, darimba, okay. And this girl, being farmer, she knew certain processes, XYZ. She came out with an idea that I'll make a cookie out of this pomegranate, and not use maida as a binding, whatever. Fantastic, idea. So we actually got her a food technologist to help her in the process. Because there are a lot of technical aspects. How do you, bind it? How do you keep a shelf life? XYZ. The reason, again, to point out this is the strength in that belt was pomegranate. And nowadays, if you sell anything, I'm sure many of you buy cookies which are, there is no Maida cookie, there is a Nutri-Choice which offers you maybe oats cookie, XYZ. Are we aware? We are conscious, so there is a huge market. There is huge market. But you need to get this process right. Problem, idea, then build your business model. Because there are a lot of things which are related to, I would say, there's a typical term used, business model canvas, where you do all these things. I have also conducted ideation workshops, where taken students through all this and said, you find what are the ideas you want to work on, right? So critical that these things are addressed. Now, who can support this? It's all fine, you know, problem statement, ideation, efforts. You know, there are government sponsored programs. DST has Atal initiative where there are Atal innovation centers, Atal community innovation centers in the rural parts of India. ACICs it is called. Then what they do primarily is it is normally given to a technical institute, engineering institute. Now I think even polytechnics, and there are few management institutes who have it. You get funding, and there's matching funds, etc. So you create idea lab or makers lab. So you do whatever you want to do in there, electronics or whatever, mechanical, XYZ. You play with it, you create products. Then you also get funding, initial seed capital. It can be 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs. That's a big money. Even at that stage. All right. Maharashtra State Innovation Society has certain centers, and I've been involved with some of those, where the incubation centers are nurturing this. So there is government support. There is need in the rural markets. There is also a market for these innovations. You have to get the whole equation right. Like I told you about the borewell measurement case, it's not easy. It's not easy to make the business sustainable, right? One case I will just tell you, and then maybe close. I might be overshooting my time. Is bananas again. Transit time for bananas. Okay, if it is 3 days to 5 days, even domestic, even exports, it's higher. The quality drops, the price drops, right? Because कुछ खराब हो जाते हैं तो वो loss हो जाएगा. So there is an innovator where at Wilgrow we have incubated this fellow. What he is doing is he said, I will increase the shelf life. So for that he has come out with a cycle which is kept in those crates. So your banana remains fresh for 3 to 5 days, depending on where. And he's working on grapes now. So who is the market? Who will buy? Who will buy? Here's a farmer who is producing it and selling it to a market from where the trader takes it and then distributes or exports. So in this case, the focus is traders. Because the farmer may not want to. But the pain point is for farmer. Just try and note this in your mind. Because the farmer takes his horticulture, whatever fruits, vegetables, he sells it at the mandi at whatever price they offer. He doesn't have a choice. So he cannot take it back. Where will he keep? Where will he store? They may not have storage. And the small farmers I'm talking about. Alright? So what does it do? He's losing out. Right? And who is gaining? The middleman. And we always, sort of say that, we want to do direct farmer related. And there are very few cases like Sahyadri and Nasik, who have really established this model. But it's not so easy. So trader is willing to buy, all right, and say, okay. The next question is, will he spend? Why will he spend? So some of the traders are simply saying, and this is a very, very powerful insight which I got. We are factoring the loss already. If I'm buying 100 kg, I know 10 kg is my loss. So my pricing is based on that. So even if I don't buy your product, it doesn't matter. क्यों खरीदूं मैं? You realize these challenges are so tough to tackle. There are ways and means of handling it, but don't get sort of intimidated by these. I'm saying keep your thought process simple and clear. Okay, what is a problem statement in case you're thinking of a business you want to work around? Be in sync with the community, the rural community, what they need. Thereafter, build a right business model. And there are all possible support systems available. At the incubation level, pre-seed level, okay, accelerator level, and later on. Okay, so I urge, keep this in mind. Even if you're not going to be an entrepreneur, I think your thinking process should be very clear about the business. Even if you work somewhere, today corporates are recruiting those with an entrepreneurial mindset. I'm sure you may have heard about it. I've dealt with many corporates, and at times, people ask you, "Koi reference hai kya?" Senior levels. But what they say, or even mid levels, ki the guy who runs this as his own business, we want that chap. Even entry level also, they test it out. So what is critical for you is get your thinking right. I mean, it's not necessary that everybody is a job creator. Job creation is a great thing, and if you have that ability, please do it. But if you don't feel, I don't think I'll go that way, at least try and, get the thinking right, okay, so that you are able to influence many others. Yeah. So, thank you very much for the invite, and let me pause. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Dr. Partha. Excellent presentation, regarding the app that you're talking about, honestly, we, in the earlier stint with one of the universities based on Himachal Pradesh, we had worked very closely with Escorts to do that, the guy who makes families. Now, they had a unique challenge. They cannot fight the might of Mahindras, what the king in practice. So, we proposed them along with 5 of the students who work in the project to let them go and sell online. Now there are 2-3 avenues to it. One, of course, in India there are still 45,000 odd villages that still are not having a 3G or a 4G connectivity. Close to 300 million people are still having a 2G network. So the problem of getting correct data for these companies like Escort Kabuta will always be a challenge. And if you're really saying they have 1 lakh downloads, so downloads can only happen if they put it that even. So perhaps offline can meet and we can help you. I think these people are, they have because they would love to get a correct data. That's a bigger challenge. You have to go and sell actors to places which are as remote as possible and very digital. Because while yes, we all know TV can be a medium of choice, but unfortunately, YouTube, like a situation where you need very small data packets to stream your YouTube content. As a result, we are moving to YouTube advertising more than anything beyond. So that's something which we find very interesting, and we see these kind of challenges which is perhaps offline. I think we can look at
This offline. One of the most, I would call it effective way of marketing, which I have seen when I've been with this woman and who are the entrepreneurs, is WhatsApp status. Fantastic way of marketing. One of the training programs 2 years back, when I was doing a 2-day training program for this woman, one lady, sitting quiet, day 1, day 2, she comes to me and says, "Sir, Marathi, he baga, we kai karte." She was very silent, but the confidence is there. She knows how to communicate. What she showed me her WhatsApp status. She said, "These are my WhatsApp groups." She was the one. I want to mention this example because it's very inspiring. Olive bhaji, I mean the leafy vegetables, she used to make methi, etc. So, not very great in sales. चल रहा है, मंडी में जाके बैठते हैं, तो कोई खरीदता है, कोई नहीं खरीदता. So one day, one trader came and said कि ये आपका को दे दो, फ्री में चाहिए. She said लेके जाओ. Next week, weekly hearts, बाजार जो है ना गाँव का हर गाँव में नहीं होता है. She was not there. So this trader came down to the village, finding her out. That was the quality. So I asked her, ये quality ये कशी येते? How do you get this quality? She said, I go in the farm. She takes a photograph. Okay, whether everything XYZ the produce. So I know what to input. The input, she is very clear कि कितना देना चाहिए. She takes a picture and says, fantastic sale. I'm saying, you learn from these ladies. I learn from these ladies. When I go there, I come back energized. I come back with more ideas. I never go saying that मेरे को ज्ञान है पूरा. Honestly. And I never go, very formal, to be frank. If you want to connect with this community, coat utaro, tie utaro. Because that was the first thing I did when I was with Eureka Folks for a long time. और हमारा tie होता था. वहाँ compulsory, and I was HO, ये वो. तो rural जब शुरू किया, ऐसे किया कैसे करेंगे यार? tie पहन के जाएंगे लोग तो भाग जाएंगे. Then वो कि ये कुछ बेचने को आ गया. First thing I did and told everyone that remove your ties. Roll up your sleeves, and that's why I sleeve. And today I do that, ma'am. I hope you don't mind because I prefer this than being sort of too formal. So these there are very subtle things. The only thing which they want, and they look for is trust and credibility. और कुछ नहीं है. So the organization which I am heading currently, I have been working with them for a long time on advisory, but I was forced to take this up and I love it. In fact, is a network of rural women where we are giving them diversified income opportunities. So it's not that you make a chutney. You may be good in communication. We just did recently a campaign for Britannia on nutrition. All these women known in the village, trusted in the village, conducted sessions around nutrition, gave diet charts. You know, so there are multiple things they can do. And MSRLM, if everybody knows, huge network in Maharashtra. 30% are doing trading. So we promote climate resilient technologies. We promote renewable energy. Nothing wrong in that, but we don't promote, क्या कहते हैं उसको, shampoo. Shampoo नहीं बेचना है. उनके पास जेब में अगर ₹1 है, वो ₹1 से कुछ खरीदें, rather than buying a shampoo. So that's the philosophy, right? Thanks guys for being patient with me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your perspective and valuable thoughts with us.
We are truly honored to have heard from such inspiring personalities today. To express our heartfelt gratitude, we would like to call upon CEO ma'am and President sir to present our chief guest with a memento.
We also request CEO ma'am and President sir to present our keynote speaker, Ms. Bhushna Karandikar, with a mentor as a mark of appreciation.
Also, may I request CEO ma'am and President sir to present Director Nandita Mishra with a memento as a mark of gratitude for her contribution in the success of this conference.
We have already said that. The moving to international conference.
Yes. No, entrepreneurship.
I now invite our co-convener, Dr. Gita Kharse, who is also a senior most faculty, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, all of you. Respected Mr. Prashant Marke, Chief Guest for today's event. Ms. Bhushna Karandikar, Keynote Speaker for today's event. Shri Sridatta Haldankar, President of Chetana Trust. Dr. Navita Patil, CEO of CIMR and CIMR. Dr. Nandita Mishra, Director CIMR. CA Professor Suhas Gharat Sir, IC Director of CIMR. All the research paper presenters, PhD scholars, FPM students, faculty friends from CRKIMR and CIMR, senior and junior students. It's an honor to present the formal word of thanks at this prestigious international research conference on rural entrepreneurship, issues, opportunities and challenges. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Prashant Marke sir from Sakhi Unique Rural Enterprise Private Limited. That is in bracket, it has been written and abbreviated as SURE, S-U-R-E. Sir, we are really grateful for your thought-provoking and insightful address today. Your deep understanding of the rural entrepreneurship landscape and the transformative work at Sure has surely and truly inspired us. Thank you for setting the stage for the meaningful discussion throughout the day. I am deeply grateful to Madam Bhushna Karandikar, research and consultant, for her illuminating keynote address. Ma'am, your expertise and innovative approach to addressing the challenges in the rural entrepreneurship have broadened our perspectives and opened new avenues for the thoughts and actions for all the researchers available present in this room. A sincere and profound thanks goes to Chetana's management for their continued support and encouragement. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Sri Sridatta Hardankar, President Chetana Trust, whose inspired leadership motivates us to pursue our academic excellence. I extend my deep appreciation to Sri Shirish Dada Chaudhary, Secretary of Chetana Trust, for his steadfast guidance and dedication to our mission. His continued support and leadership serve as a cornerstone of our institute's success and progress. I would like to express my sincerest thanks to Dr. Madhumita Patil, CEO of CRKIMR and CIMR, of her ever-inspiring leadership and for sparking the momentum behind today's event. Ma'am, your opening remark reflects a vision that encourages the research and innovation in the critical areas like rural entrepreneurship to all of us. Special thanks to Dr. Nandita Mishra, Director CIMR, for her motivating words. Ma'am, your continued guidance and support, especially in facilitating international research paper presentation, strengthen our resolve to contribute meaningfully to academic research and development. Thank you so much, ma'am. I also take this opportunity to thank CA Professor Suhas Garat sir, IC Director of CRKIMR, for his consistent support in making this conference possible. Please join me in giving them a thunderous round of applause for sharing their expertise and I extend my hearty thanks to all the faculty members, participants, research paper presenters, FPMA students and PhD scholars. Your presence and active participation make these events like a truly impactful. Let's give them a huge round of applause for their valuable contribution in research area. Last but not the least, all MMA's first semester students for being such a wonderful audience. And after that, my immense thanks goes to the senior organizing committee students for their exceptional efforts and dedication in making this event a grand success. Let's give them a well-deserved round of applause for their outstanding contribution. We look forward to a day filled with insightful discussion and collaboration that will continue to drive the progress in rural entrepreneurship. And this is how we are really going to dive into the current theme of today's international conference, that is rural entrepreneurship, issues, opportunities and challenges. Once again, thank you all for making this conference a grand success. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind and graceful words.
Up next, we have an online panel discussion. It will be moderated by our senior most faculty, Dr. Shiv Prasad Murugan. It will commence from 12:10 onwards. So I request everyone to return and be seated by then.
the team, I believe you already. Very warm good day to the august audience of researchers, organizers, students of management here for this International Research Conference on Rural Entrepreneurship, issues of which utilities and challenges. We're just going to start with the panel discussion for the day. It would be probably more appropriate to call it a power talk than a panel discussion, because that's the way we have designed it. So we have with us today two very eminent personalities. Right? We have Mr. Rajiv Sharma, who is CEO of Advisor Innovations Hyderabad, which is majorly making a way into rural entrepreneurship. And we also have another very eminent personality with us, Dr. Ramandeep Singh, who is Director of the School of Business of Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana. Right? This was the agency for our Green Revolution. So it's indeed a great privilege for us at Chetana to be able to host talks by such eminent personalities for the day. The format for today is that both the gentlemen would be sharing valuable insights in a short, brief presentation, and then we would be inviting questions from the audience, from the students, so that they can get set to those questions. But like on behalf of this entire Chetana family, not only Chetana's Archi Institute of Management and Research, but the entire Chetana family, we would like to put on record that our association with these two eminent personalities is just beginning at this stage, and we are definitely going to be extending this association beyond this conference to make meaningful contributions to our country's nation building, especially in the rural sector. So we really look forward to working very closely with both of you, sir. Both of you come on board. So before I start with the session, I would like to request our student Kalpita Sen to first introduce our first speaker for the day, Mr. Rajiv Sharma. Over to you, Kalpita.
I introduce our panelist for today, Mr. Rajiv Sharma. He is a passionate and visionary leader dedicated to helping startup founders, SME business owners, and CEOs tackle complex business challenges with sustainable, profitable solutions. Currently, he serves as the founder and CEO of Advisor Innovation LLP, where he continues to create value by leveraging his extensive experience. With a career spanning 30 years across various sectors, he has earned professional recognition for his work with global respected organizations. Most recently, served as the head of South Asia Key Accounts and E-commerce at Bayer Crop Science Limited, where he spearheaded B2B strategic alliances and B2C partnerships. Prior to this, he held the roles of country head, seeds and trades, and whole-time director of Bayer Bioscience. Please join with me in welcoming Mr. Rajiv Sharma.
Thank you, Kalpita. Sir, this is just a brief program. There's a lot more to be known than what we could talk in the short time. But in the interest of time and to give you more time to talk, so welcome on board, sir. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you for that introduction. I was told this is a panel discussion, so no presentations. But maybe if the opportunity permits, next time we will have an in-depth more conversation about some executable strategies. But what we are going to do today will be more on spending some 10 minutes, 12 minutes on talking about what are the challenges, opportunities which this group of young, budding managerial leaderships, which they are getting groomed for, they can look forward to in terms of building their future in entrepreneurship. And second, we'll also spend more time, preferably answering questions on specific topics of agribusiness and rural entrepreneurship. So do take the opportunity of jotting down whatever comes in your mind and we'll do a fast track question answer session at the end of my talk. So let me quickly take you back in history. So when India got independence, probably all of you know that we were a nation who were dependent for the food in terms of importing our requirements. And that stage was called ship to mouth stage, which means as soon as the donor ships came into India, the food directly went into hungry mouths while the population was waiting for donor countries to send food. So this was how India got into the independent situation. And then later on, we all know Great Revolution happened, and the country's farmers, they turned around this whole situation with the help of various policies, support, and interventions, technologies, and turned this around into more of a food surplus situation. So from that ship to mouth stage, today India is a food surplus nation, which means you name any major crop, we are among the top 3 producers in the world. May it be cereals, dairy products, meat, egg, poultry, fruits, vegetables, spices, horticulture related crops, and many more. So that's where we came up from. Now, that is history. Now going forward, while today we are the 5th largest economy, we are setting ourselves ready for another revolutionary milestone for the next 5 to 6 years, where we are aiming to become the world's 3rd largest economy. And that's where the opportunity comes in for young, budding managerial talent like you and potential entrepreneurs who would like to look at opportunities in the rural sector. I think when I talk of this opportunity of becoming the 3rd largest economy, there would be certain hurdles which, let's try to understand and see where we'll need to all collaborate and partner. So one of the biggest challenges which we'll see is how do we continue to generate almost 1.5 crore or 15 million jobs every year continuously, new jobs. And how do we sustain a GDP growth rate of 6.7% plus? Now this is a huge challenge, generating 15 million jobs. And interestingly, while a number of hopeful job seekers are looking at government sector, private sector for job opportunities, but majority of the job openings would come through entrepreneurship. More than half of the jobs would get created through entrepreneurs and through businesses coming from small and medium and micro enterprises. So that's where the whole story comes up. Now, if you have to really build a future, you will have to seriously think about how do you get yourself engaged and leverage this opportunity in terms of creating employment, in terms of getting engaged through various interventions and leveraging this opportunity while so much is happening in the country. Now, we'll specifically drill down to agribusiness. I'm leaving aside the other sectors. So, while we talk of the growth, majority of the growth will come through the 60% of the population which resides in the rural India. And surprisingly, while majority of the population depends on farming as income source, the contribution of this 60% population to the GDP is approximately 16%. And that's very skewed. More than half of the population contributing to 16% of GDP. And turn this around, if this population would contribute more to the GDP, what would happen to the country's growth rate? And now, the other challenge which I need to add over here is, other than the majority of the population staying in rural area and depending on farming, 90% of the farmers are small or marginal landholders, which means they hold less than equal to or less than 1 hectare of land, which is a very small patch in terms of, aggregation, putting up large-scale technologies and mechanization, huge machineries in the field. And while these are the real-life challenges which the country faces, there are other, differentiators like we are not just a nation, we are like more than 20 plus nations put together, wherein those 20 different nations produce different crops, they have different agroclimatic zones, and they speak different languages. Whatever can be produced anywhere in the world can be produced in those 20 odd soil and agroclimatic zones, which means the opportunities of driving agriculture growth are enormous. While I mentioned about India being among the top second or top three producers of most of the agri commodities, we can say we are the world's food factory. But then, when it comes to productivity, we are among the lower side of the pyramid, which means we are the world's food factory, but an inefficient one. So, that's where the opportunity lies. How do we improve efficiency in productivity, optimize resources, and then create businesses around those rural enterprises based on agribusiness? So that's one summary line takeaway if you have to do that. Now we drill this down to more granular level and see what's holding us and where are those opportunities. So basically what we can say is there are three broad areas where we can define agri opportunities. One is either we have to solve farming related issues, challenges. When I say farming, it includes, dairy, poultry, fisheries and various allied sectors. How do we solve those? Number one. Number two, the other areas of opportunities would be how do we eliminate inefficiencies? And number three would be how do we simplify if we can't eliminate or we can't solve. These are the only three buckets where businesses can be built. Solve, eliminate, simplify. Full stop. Nothing more than that. So that's how the business modeling would happen. When you start identifying problem statements either to solve or to eliminate or to simplify. That's the starting point of building a business statement and then building a business model around that problem, that statement. And then further the rest of the stuff happens through business strategy, identifying your customers, various personas you build, putting in a pricing strategy, a distribution mechanism, and how do you reach. That's more on the business side, but we don't have time to talk about on each of these. Now coming back to the macro stuff, I would also like to mention over here that while you remember I said we are many countries put together, while that's a great opportunity, that also throws up opportunities in terms of building enterprises which are localized. You can create opportunities for villages, cluster of villages, or a geography which grows a similar type of crop or grows similar type of fruits or vegetables. So that's how the whole clustering would happen, and that gives you the huge mass in terms of scaling up, which means you can do your testing and all of your concept, of your ideas, services, product in a village, but then if you clustering, you still get a huge opportunity to scale up based on those segregations I mentioned about. So those are some of the great opportunities. Now, in terms of issues, what issues we see, broadly three, I define them in three buckets. One is tech issue, technology related issue. The other is business and operations, supply chain related challenges. And the third one is more to do with policy and execution. These are the only three areas, which we need to see how our solutions or business models are fitting into. Let's take some examples, real life examples of tech and business modeling. So I'll give you an example of one we've helped a number of startups, build their businesses, turn it around into a profitable venture, and then shift it to the next level of scale up. So one of the startups we were helping was they had a technology which could detect pests in fruit crops. Now, these devices were costing approximately 1.2 lakhs, right? Now you have to look at pricing strategy. How many farmers would be able to afford a 1.2 lakh worth of a device to detect a pest and identify and then take action on it? So that's one. But it was a fantastic technology in terms of precision level, in terms of potential to scale it up, and in terms of accuracy. So we said you need to rethink about the business modeling and pivot it. Instead of selling your product, convert that into service. So which means we built partnerships with agro-input companies who were interested in selling their chemicals onto pests to address those issues on the crop, and then village level entrepreneurs, which means they were youngsters who had some basic knowledge about farming, and they could be groomed, they could be trained in terms of using these handheld devices like scanners to detect pests. So the model totally turned. Instead of this startup looking at selling and building a distribution network of product and spares, a very complicated machine, they totally turned into a service model. Partnered. So here were village level entrepreneurs who were leased these devices. They didn't need not buy it. They were just paying off as the business came in. So they leased these devices. These entrepreneurs, through this company, built a platform which could message out, send out information to the nearest distributor of our agri-input company, who in turn would send his chemicals across, relevant chemical across, and the village level entrepreneur would simply stay, and that's how the whole loop would close. And for the farmer, it was a one-stop solution of just getting a problem solved rather than worrying about the technology, the spares, the services, and all that. So with this example, what I'm trying to say, it's all about either solving, eliminating, or simplifying, and then it's all about business modeling. Right. So there are a number of more examples I can go on, but I don't want to leave this opportunity of you, asking questions relevant to the topic. So, Professor, just ping me if I'm just overrunning my time. Right.
So you can take a minute or two, sir.
Okay, then I have to summarize. Alright, so as I said, 15 minutes is a very short time for such an important, vast topic, but great opportunity to start with. Well, now coming towards solution, I mentioned the way you need to identify the problem statement, the way you need to look at issues, and now what could issues like yours could do? I think it's such a vast, opportunity, and that can create so much value in the economy that I think the collaboration is the only way to solve such a complex problem. And I see a very clear opportunity in terms of collaboration between a management research institute like Chetana's, plus the corporate world, the industry, and the third pillar would be the practitioner from the corporate world who have been practicing in the agri-business sector as a domain expert. So these are three strong pillars who could come together, collaborate, and that would throw many opportunities like creating specific training programs for rural youth in terms of building their own businesses, by talking about key processes, key models which they need to take care in terms of starting off their businesses. Those modules can be created, and with technology that's very much possible, you need not be physically there. That can be done virtually, and with partnership with industry, those those incubations, those ideas can be built which are more relevant to the farmers and which the industry would be happy to take forward in terms of scaling up. This is what, and domain knowledge expertise can come from the practitioners from the corporate world. This is a great opportunity. Tri-quadrate arrangement of collaboration that can happen. I think the country's mission of becoming the third largest economy would happen, definitely would happen sooner. And with this, I wish you all the best and good luck. First of all, you are in this institute at the right time studying the management programs which would prepare you not just for the job market, not just for being employable, but more of creating employment as an entrepreneur. So all the best. Thank you very much. And all over to you for Q&A.
Really insightful and thought-provoking presentation from your side. If there are any questions, you would like to make the questions. Room number 507, 506. If any student has a question, please approach Dias and you can have a question live. Like the no 50. Volunteer, please coordinate.
Yeah, can I ask?
Please.
Okay. So this is what we as listening to you. I just wanted to know if we would like to collaborate as a management institute wherever we see opportunity, both the together, we would like to collaborate. I don't know what happens when we have this kind of proposals or something. It generally decides that we are private schools, so things should be something with the government. But to be very frank, we can't change that thing that we are a private school. But yes, in a private school, we do have art which works for society, and that is what our president founded this institution for. So I would like to know, how do we collaborate now and take this forward? Say, take it from day one to day. We need to collaborate where our students can go together on some projects, where we can come as researchers, or you want some research to be done, like going into the, hinterlands, the grassroots level research. So that I would like to know, because I think, and one more thing, actually, our students, the PG students are also attending to this. They all have the YouTube link, so there are another 300 students are attending. Probably because of the bandwidth, we have not allowed them to enter into this, and because it is also happening in 5 other rooms around these 3 rooms. So it will be visible and audible to them. So whatever you suggest, really that can be very helpful for our audience.
Right. So, Professor, I think that's a very relevant question, and it's a very challenging one also. I'll tell you why. So I've been working on 3 sides of this world. I won't say 2 sides, but 3 sides of the world. One is on the entrepreneurship side. Of course, I moved to the corporate world to help and support the startups and the SMEs to set up their businesses. On one side, we have entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, very ambitious, who have great ideas, and they're looking forward to adding value, creating value. Right, that's one. On the other side, we have the corporates who they have larger goals to chase, those profitability, EBITDA targets, and revenue top lines and market shares and all that. But they don't have time for solving key but small issues today which could blow up into larger business challenges tomorrow. So that's on the other side. On the third side, there are institutes like yours, and I'm glad that you are running this conference today, who are very much eager to join hands and act as a force multiplier. So now this is where I think the institute can take a lead, because since I'm talking to you, maybe we can spend more time on strategizing on this, but this is where you can take a lead in terms of creating end-to-end entire strategy. Right? Since you are a research institute, you are thought leaders, you can see through the future, and you have the bandwidth of synthesizing the best from anywhere in the world and putting that into practice. So I think it's all about building a strategy and starting. Since you asked this question, I'm sure you have willingness and you are ready to take that extra step of building trust with the collaborator. So we need to have strategy, end-to-end strategy of creating specific entrepreneurs in specific geographies for specific business, and in this case we take example of agribusiness, identifying key issues, converting them into prototypes of solution, whether product or services, and then joining hands with corporate by looking at connecting these two dots. On the customer side, these start solve a problem, and on the business side, they plug in that tap, which I mentioned about corporates don't get the time to look at those smaller key issues of the day, which will go up into a bigger challenge tomorrow. So I think this is one area where a lot need to be done, and very clearly there is an effort required in terms of building trust among these partners. A lot needs to be done over there, the value creation, as I say. So we can spend more time because this is a very challenging topic, but the solution is we showcase and we do a prototyping of this idea in one place, right? And then
you can incubate this, like it could be one of the incubation of the ideas, and probably we have such entrepreneurs, and let the students can work on this. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was insightful.
Thank you, ma'am. We have the questions from the classrooms. Please. I think so. They're still probably articulating the questions. In the meantime, we'll just continue with the second talk, and then we'll take questions. If they come, I will come back to you with questions in case they are from class. It's in the interest of fact. Thank you so much, Rashid sir. It was indeed a pleasure listening to you. Yeah, thank you. So we also have with us today the eminent personality here with us, Professor Dr. Ramandeep Singh, who is Director of the School of Business at Agriculture University, to tell us more about sir as a person and his achievements. And request our student to introduce sir. So what do you share?
Yes. It's good afternoon, everyone. For our second panelist, we have Dr. Ramandeep Singh, who is the director of the School of Business Studies at Punjab Agricultural University in Ludhiana. On PhD as an assistant professor in January 1995, he has been diligently engaged in teaching, extension, and research activities in agribusiness management, entrepreneurship, and a few more. He graduated with a BSc in forestry from Punjab Agricultural University in Ludhiana, an MBA from Punjab University in Patiala, and a PhD in business administration from Guru Nanak Dev University in Amritsar. Dr. Singh has taught 36 different courses, supervised over 75 MBA students and 6 PhD scholars, and has contributed significantly to academia with over 50 research publications in both international and national journals. He is an experienced resource person, delivering over 500 lectures and maintaining strong connections with agripreneurs, farmers, and rural youth through various social media platforms. His extensive involvement includes collaborations with organizations like Market, CIR, and Saffron Markets. It is an honor to have Dr. Ramandeep Singh with us.
Sir, indeed, privileged to have you with us. I will be sharing a presentation, sir. You can start with your table. Thank you so much. Sir, you're muted, so you can just unmute yourself. Mandeep, sir, I think you need to unmute yourself.
Okay. Thanks for the introduction.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah. So, as far as my experience as an agribusiness expert is concerned, at Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana, we are basically instrumental in promoting agribusiness in Punjab. The reason is that being State Agricultural University, this is our mandate to promote agriculture as well as we are trying to convert agriculture into agribusiness all over Punjab. Keeping in view that we are having near about 13,000 villages in Punjab, we are operative, PAU is operative at all districts of Punjab. We are Krishi Vigyan Kendras and farmer advisory service centers in almost all the districts. So what we are doing, we are tapping innovations, especially agrarian innovations, and then we are trying to incubate them here at Technology Business Incubator as well as there is another incubation with us known as Food Industry Business Incubation Center. So we are tapping innovators, agrarian innovators, maybe in the field of pulses, cereals, subsidiary occupations, fruits, vegetables, and we are trying to develop products as well as markets. We are trying to link all the innovators with the markets. And our success rate is good, and we are having thousands of products being developed under the veil of EU as a part of business startups. All my teamwork is critical. We are educating them on certain issues like marketing. Apart from food processing, we start with food processing. We normally start with food processing. Then we try to educate them on how to develop a product, how to develop a prototype, and how to fix a price of the product. We are taking care of marketing mix, and we are educating them on this particular issue, marketing mix, and the response is very good. And their distribution strategies are unique. They are really reaching to rural as well as urban markets. And we are teaching them on this particular pretext that if you want to concentrate on the rural markets, majority of the self-help groups, majority of the farmer producer organizations which we are handling, they are getting the rural masses, and individual entrepreneurs, they are going to the urban, they are being connected with the urban markets. So as far as propagation is concerned, as far as this agriculture, the know-how is concerned, normally we focus on three messages, and we try to propagate these three messages as being depicted in one slide. That we normally train them that if you want to be an agrarian businessman, you should focus on an entrepreneur. First slide, please. First slide. First slide. Previous slide. Previous. Next. Yeah. We normally focus on this particular message that if you are really interested to convert yourself from agriculture to agri-business or agripreneur, or you want to be an agri-business leader, try to focus on three body parts. This we cover under the activity of an entrepreneur, and research findings suggest, research reviews suggest that if individual entrepreneur or if a person with innovation want to convert himself or herself from normal agriculture to agri-business or agri-leader, he should focus on three body parts. He should use his three body parts like continuous knowledge here at the heaviest part of the body. Brain, they have to tune their brain like that. They have to learn every day to become an entrepreneur, to become an agripreneur. Then only they will trigger an innovation within themselves. And the second, when you trigger your innovation through continuous knowledge, what happens is that you will be able to develop that passion in your heart. ये passion होता है उसके साथ अगर आप कुछ न सीखते हो, you will be able to develop passion. For sure, you will be becoming innovative day by day, and as you are becoming innovative day by day, you will be developing passion here in your heart. And third thing which you have to focus on is you come as we see things in a day, you have to enhance your respectability, and you have to enhance your working capability. At least we have to follow the norm, working 8 hours a day. So we normally focus on this first message to all our agrarian innovators, and we are very strict as far as this first message is concerned. We normally tell them that if you will not be able to trigger these three body parts, you will not be able to convert yourself as an innovator. For sure, you have to make it a habit that every day you have to learn new things. Later too, you raised that query and complete themselves. Second message, as I said, that we are all working for agribusiness system. We should be well versed with agribusiness system. Second message, absolutely, sir. The real is that majority of the people who are agrarian, they don't understand these characters which are being depicted there in the agribusiness system, and chronology is very important. When they don't understand this, they cannot move forward for sure. So this is the second message concerning agribusiness system, concerning know-how of agribusiness system, and everyone should try, all the innovators, they should try to stick to this system. It is a global system known as agribusiness system. When we follow this chronology, when we will be in the habit of using our inputs judicially, it will result in good input, it will result in good farm produce. Then third point is in this agribusiness system is that what we produce, we should fight for converting that produce into products. And this is very, very important. Normally, agrarian people, they don't stick to this message, but slowly and slowly in Punjab, what we are doing through our KVKs and through our system at PAU, we are telling them that try to convert, try to start from 2% of what you are producing, say for example vegetables, where they are now in the habit of converting 2% of their production into pickles, jams, squashes, and so on. They are living products. So this way, their 6 monthly income pattern is now being converted into monthly income pattern as well as weekly income pattern and daily income pattern. This is very, very important message. When the agrarian people, they will be in a habit of converting their produce into products, it will create employment opportunities, as Mr. Chief said. This is how practically we have to trigger this point. It is very, very important. At national level also, they think for this type of innovations like projects, NITI, National Initiative for Developing and Harnessing Innovations, Technology Business Incubator. We are now developing these type of incubators where the agrarian people, they are being trained on the issues, product development and market linkages. This part is very, very important. That whatever they are producing, they should be in a habit of converting that produce into products and further linking those products, food products, with markets, understanding the needs of the consumers. See, technology is very, very important. After processing this, there is a term for marketing. They are marketing trained. They should be marketing trained. And the role of SAUs, the role of state agricultural universities, the role of DKs now these days, being shifted from production orientation to market orientation. And they are now trained on better marketing issues like how to make a product, how to make a prototype, and then how to label it, how to brand it, how to pack it, and then how to distribute it, and how to display it, and direct selling is also part of it. We are giving training to all potential agricultors on these issues which I have just discussed, just registered. It is very, very important that it is pertinent area that you should also shoulder this responsibility. This is my request to the students who are listening to my talk, that they should come up with ideas so that they will also be instrumental in converting that produce into products, or say packaging, labeling, branding, distribution, because you are well versed with all these terminologies. When you will be giving this input to people around you, agrarian people around you, there will be an employment opportunity. So if you are really interested to be self-employed, try to focus on this particular point of my discussion, that try to involve yourself with the agrarian people around you, and try to tell them that this is how we can convert your produce into products, this is how we can label it, this will give you that employment opportunity. Because entrepreneurship is, as far as my knowledge is concerned, as far as my experience is concerned, entrepreneurship is all about opportunities available around you. Say for example, converting products, developing products, and then try to link those developed products with the market, understanding the needs of the consumers, then understanding the logistic part of it, and try to develop those logistic techniques. How do you make the storage or make the transportation facilities? So students, it is very, very important to understand this system. See, there's a lot of employment opportunities. These are virgin fields. We are really facing a problem as far as transport systems are concerned. We are really short of transportation. We are really short of storage capabilities. The reason is that when we are talking of agriculture, when we are talking of agribusiness, it is pertinent here. It is very, very important to discuss the limitations in this particular to develop those business models or agri-business models, you will be creating employment opportunities for you. So try to underline these limitations. Seasonality, note down students, please note down this, that agrarian people, they are facing these limitations, and because of these limitations, they are unable to sell their produce, or they are unable to convert their produce to products, or they are unable to link those produce and the product with the markets, and they are unable to even judge the changing preferences of the consumers. So my message here for the student is very, very clear. If you will understand seasonality, perishability and bulkiness as a limitation in agri-business, you will be able to scrap yourself to create those employment opportunities for yourself. And if you will be able to understand this agri-business system which I am discussing, and if you will be able to throw some light on this system, you will be able to suggest, or you will be able to develop those innovative agri-business models, and that is considered, as far as my knowledge is concerned, that is considered as employment opportunities for you. So stick to this agri-business system, try to understand the anatomy of entrepreneur, try to adhere to the first message which I have delivered, try to adhere to the second message which I am delivering. I am going to conclude the second message also, that understanding consumer preferences is also an employment opportunity for you. So we really need the young brain to understand consumer preferences so that you can give feedback to the agrarian youth around you, that this is how the preferences are changing. If you will be able to develop honey sachet, if you will be able to develop a piece bottle of honey, if you will be able to develop a gift pack as far as honey or mushrooms or other food products are concerned, there's lots of scope for gift packs and food marketing. So this way you have to ignite your brain. So this way you ignite your thought. This way you have to ignite your innovation. Very, very important point. You know, we really need urban masses, we really need urban youth to stay connected to the rural youth so that we can go with the food business. I'm telling you, this disparity between the rural and urban is growing. This gap is growing very fast. So this food is a mean of way to curtail this food disparity, or to curtail this urban and rural disparity through food. So this is another dimension of the food business. This way will join hands. Rural youth and urban youth, if they will join hands, as far as the solutions related to food business is concerned, it will be a gimmick, it will be an eye-opening for our nation. We are working on this particular thrust as I discussed. This is our thrust, that we should be able to curtail disparity, rural and urban disparity through food. We have to be innovative as far as the food business is concerned. We have to adhere to the agri-business system, which is considered as a global system. We have to follow this technology. These are the keys where we can grow. And the mission is that with 6 monthly income patterns we cannot grow. We have to substitute 6 monthly income pattern of Rabi and Kharif with monthly income pattern and weekly income pattern and daily income pattern as far as the agrarian population is concerned. Then only the agrarian population will grow. If the agrarian population will grow, we'll be having access to good food. Then we'll be having access to good food. Our health will be good. We'll be productive. So in nutshell, the message is very clear that without following this agri-business system, we cannot grow. Third message is obviously it is towards marketing. Next slide, sir. Third message is, I'm very clear about my third message. Apart from first and second message, in line with the third message, that we should have control on our markets. We don't have enough markets where we have to sell or produce or products which are being developed from farm produce. We're not having those markets, and we have recently introduced 10 years back. We introduced that BAU, and in Punjab through BAU we have introduced the concept of on-farm markets. So this is just an example that on-farm markets where there is a footfall and where the farms are on road, there is a lot of scope for an on-farm market is concerned. This is this is very, very important concept. You have to educate people, real people about this concept. This way, growing markets. Whatever they are producing, maybe raw produce, maybe primary processed food, or maybe secondary processed food, or maybe tertiary processed food, maybe packaged food, or maybe micron grade, or maybe ready to cook food, or maybe ready to eat food. When it will be available on farm markets, the consumer will be able with that on farm markets. This is the government part of it. In North America, all the farmers, they are, whosoever is there on farm, on road, they are opening on farm market. Daily on daily basis, or maybe on weekly basis, or maybe on hourly basis. They are opening these farm markets. These are not markets. So they are displaying whatever is being produced on the farm, or whatever is being processed on the farm. So this way they are connecting to consumers. This way there is a direct connectivity with the consumer, and this is business. When we are directly communicating to the consumers through our products, through our offerings. So this means a lot. And another dimension as far as this concept is concerned is nutritional security. This is very, very important, because if the shelf life of strawberry is 72 hours, we should reach to the consumers in first 10 hours. That is that there will be very less nutritional loss. So as the time grows, nutritional loss also grows. So we have to handcuff this nutritional loss. This is very, very important. This message should go to every individual in this nation, that try so that they should help and they should support farmers on this issue. As we are having a family doctor, there should be a family farmer. So try to evolve with this particular concept and know this concept. As a consumer, you will be adopting a farmer as a family farmer. You will be getting to your health bill for sure, and your health will be okay. Family health will be okay. This way you will prosper. This is not related to productivity. And am I audible, sir?
Yes.
No.
Yes, sir, very much audible. Very much.
Okay. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is just a pictorial depiction. This is just a pictorial.
I think we lost connection with Dr. Amardeep Singh sir. I'm just going to wait for a minute for him to come back.
Am I in now? I'm sorry about there was a call on my phone.
No, sure, sir. Continue, sir.
I'm sorry for this. Okay. This is the pictorial depiction as far as this third message is concerned. That try to incorporate this concept of on-farm market at national level. We have already submitted a policy paper to Punjab government as well as Indian government with the objective that it will be having, say, we are having 6.5 lakh villages. It will be having, say, it will be taking 10% of the villages as far as this concept is concerned, will be through in marketing for sure. And will be more than that, it is not economic equation, more than that, it is nutritional equation. We'll be able to conserve our nutrition and will be able to consume nutritional food, which is really good for the nation and it will result in curtailing those metals. This is just a depiction, this is just a pictorial depiction, nothing else. Students, you have to understand that what is this Kutch market, what is this on-farm market. Anybody can start that. If you are in a pariah area, you can go to the rural area and develop this type of concept and earn your livelihood. Nothing to worry about it. Majority of the youngsters in Punjab, they are adopting this concept very fast, and it is applicable everywhere. You are not to spend lot money out of it, out of your pocket. You are to just start on farm market on temporary basis, and you are not to spend money on light. You are not to spend money on electricity connection. You are just to sell what is being produced in the market, in the field, and what is being converted there at the villages from produced material as it is being depicted there in this picture. Next slide, please. It is just a pictorial depiction. So on-farm means, on-road means that you are not to go to the road, but to start at on-farm market on your farm itself, and you have to take care of the facilities, not to disrupt the traffic. It should be on-farm, but farm should be on-road. So we are very clear about that. We have already introduced 12 markets in all over Punjab, and all over Punjab and all the 12 markets they are running successfully. And this way, it is being propagated. This concept is being propagated in full Punjab and in peri-urban Punjab. Next slide, please. Next. Okay. So this is how Punjab State Agricultural Marketing Board they are also supporting us on this particular issue, and this is how we are making this concept grow at all over Punjab. In the rural areas as well as in the urban areas. Next, please. Next. So this is another type of large-scale on-farm market. So this is example of Larry's Produce. You can go to Facebook or you can search on the Google Larry's Produce, Tucson City, California. So this is the concept. It is at a higher scale. On-farm market is lower scale, and the concept of Larry's Produce. Tucson City, California, USA. Larry is really doing marvelous job. What is the job of Larry? He has started a on-farm market at a large scale. The reason is that the land holding in California is to the tune of say 500 acres, 1,000 acres, 1,500 acres, and so on. So this way, Larry has opened a on-farm market, on-road on-farm market, and he is catering to near about 100 agripreneurs or growers around him, and they are reaching to him with their produce, with their processed food, and Larry is really doing a marvelous job. He is available on the social media. A lot of consumers are connected to Larry's Produce, and Larry is announcing that I am open on Saturday and Sundays, and all the end users they are going to Larry. So this way he has created employment opportunities for his family. He has created employment opportunities for the youth around him. Tucson City, California. You can search Larry and you can see the business model of Larry, agri-business model of Larry, and you know this is required in our nation also. And I think all my students listening to me, they should stick to this particular concept. This is how you can create employment for yourself. This is how you can involve yourself in entrepreneurship. This is how you can extend your employment opportunities to other around you. So you should be a little creative in this. There's no money which is needed. We don't need money or maximum money to start this concept. We need innovation. We should have that risk-taking ability. Plus, we should have that habit of learning new things every day. Next slide, please. See, it is being depicted here in this slide that processed food is available, raw food is available, packaged food is available, every type of food is available. This way, consumers they feel secure. They are in touch with Larry. They are having a lot of respect for Larry. The reason is that Larry is taking care of their nutritional security as well as their food security. Next. This is example of branding. See, the granddaughter of Larry has written this particular notice there that we no longer accept the tax, and the price being fixed by the granddaughter. It is being written in the handwriting of the granddaughter. Our granddaughters, our grandkids, our family members, they can also involve in this business model, and this way it will be converted. Individual agri-business model will be converted into family agri-business model. This is the need of the hour. So this way we can curb this problem of unemployment of our nation. Next, please. This is just a pictorial picture, nothing else. You can learn from these pictures. See, you can find Larry on this Facebook, www.larrysproduce.com. So you can find him and you can learn about this model and you can replicate this particular model here in our nation, and we are already doing in Punjab. So this way we can grow in agri-business. So Larry has involved all the decision makers, ladies, through this Larry's cookbook. So females, mothers, sisters, daughters, they have shared space with Larry, and Larry is publishing this. Larry's produced cookbook, Larry's cookbook for the CA makers, and this way all the ladies are involved, and everyone is buying from Larry. So this way, nutritional security, food business, joint hands, and this is really doing good. Next, please. Next. Okay, this is teamwork of California State University Davis campus. Doctors are involved, student people they are involved, market message, all the stakeholders are involved, all the innovative rural and alien youth is involved, urban youth is involved, extension team of California State University, Berkeley and Davis campus is involved. So every financial institutes are involved. So this way it is a teamwork. So we have to create this type of teams everywhere in our nation, and we have already started working on this particular concept in Punjab, and we are trying to create these type of teams everywhere in Punjab so that agri business should flourish. Next please. So my three messages are open, and my fourth message is that if you are really interested to convert produce into products and further try to link those products with the markets, you have to develop that passion for agribusiness. For that reason, you have to develop the passion for agribusiness. And my fourth message is if you are interested students, connect to me, or it is to all the participants who are listening to me, if you are really interested, connect to me. My phone number is there. I am very active on, my team is very active on social media. My phone number is there. What is needed is that you just put your name, address, you are interested in which type of commodity, food, you are interested in which type of food. We are having virtual classrooms in the form of model groups, and we are educating in those each other about the potential of those commodities and potential of those products in the market, and we are trying to think about those activities with the market. So my phone number is 98140 19400. So this way, by giving the information, you can connect to me on WhatsApp, and further you can be part of the virtual classrooms where we will be educating each other. And this is all about my input as far as these four messages are concerned. Now, if there's any query, you can raise that query. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all for participating, and thanks Dr. Nandita and other organizers for inviting me for this particular input on agribusiness, for this particular input on entrepreneurship and agribusiness. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for the excellent talk. Technical team, do we have any questions for the students?
Hi, Dr. Singh, nice presentation. Okay, very detailed and what to say, like for understanding agri-marketing, food marketing, I think our CEO, Dr. Madhumita Patil, wanted to speak to him. Madam, hello? Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So doctor, so I wanted to thank you for your presentation. Yes, ma'am is there. Ma'am wanted to speak. Yes, ma'am.
I hope I am audible.
Yeah, now you're.
So I just felt both the individuals who are online, I must really thank you from the bottom of our heart, because even if the faculty is going to give you a formal note of thanks, I must say that the kind of passion that you show for the students so that they become, the future of our country. And a special thanks, Dr. Ravi, also, because across the borders, you want to do something with your students, they want to get very self-help others, and our level, and to give the peers, the next generation, and that they can make the world a better place, and of course the country to be proud. So I thank you both for giving your time. You can see, I think friends, all the students, you must have observed that Dr. Ramandeep Singh is actually sitting in the car, but he still said, one of our speakers landed from Germany in the morning, Ushnaman. She came straight from the airport. So these are things, Mr. Sharma is came from somewhere, and Mr. was so unwell, the morning speaker, but all of them had tried to give their best to us, and I really feel that as an institute who is trying to give shape to the country in its own way, we should be very thankful to both of you. I have heard that you are ready to collaborate with us, and I will be taking that opportunity very soon. So thank you so much for on a very, very personal behalf, and on behalf of the management of Chetana, I would like to say both of you heartfelt thanks. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us over here.
Thank you, ma'am. So coming in and really sharing things. Like you said, we do have formal vote of thanks from the organizing team. So we're here first senior faculty member, Professor Megha, to pose a formal vote of thanks to Ramadeep sir and Rajiv sir. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, distinguished guest speakers, delegates, fellow researchers, and students. It is with great pleasure and immense gratitude that I propose a vote of thanks for today's insightful panel discussion. On behalf of Chetana's RK Institute of Management and Research, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all who have contributed to making this panel discussion very successful. First and foremost, a heartfelt thank to our esteemed panelists, Mr. Rajiv Sharma, CEO, Advisor Innovations, Hyderabad. Thank you, sir, for spending your valuable time. Dr. Ramandeep Singh, Director, SBS Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana. Sir, in spite of your busy schedule, you have joined us and contributed to the panel. Thank you so much. Your expertise, diverse perspective, and thought-provoking contribution have truly enriched our understanding of the topic. It is rare to have such wealth of knowledge and experience gathered in one place, and we are incredibly fortunate to have had the opportunity to learn from each of you. A special thanks to our moderator, Dr. Shivasa, for steering this discussion so skillfully and ensuring the conversations remain engaging. Finally, the audience, for your attention and engagement. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we conclude this session, just a final note from me. So the power of thought. Today, though we are all stationed here in Mumbai, we got to listen to our eminent speakers from Hyderabad, from Ludhiana, and that's what the power of thought in technology is. And we need to connect and form our network so that we can collaborate and give our best to the next generation so that the world is left behind as a better place. Thank you all once again, the organizers, the technical teams, both our eminent speakers, Rajiv Sharma sir and Ramadeep Singh sir. Thank you so much. It was a privilege hosting this event. So, footing for the together. And that's the commitment that I can make with the professionals here on behalf of the entire Chetana Parivar. We have been found with the legacy of empowerment of the masses, and that is the legacy that we take forward. All those who are attending this session on YouTube link, please note, you can connect with both our event speakers for this session through us, the organizers. So in case there is any query that you have, in case there are any questions that you want to connect with them, we are always there to welcome you and put you through both of them. So thanks a lot once again. It's been a privilege having you here, and we have a big day ahead of us. So thank you so much, sir. We will be in touch. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you and all the best.